Hello. So let's get going on day 124 of Blueprints. Let's get it going. If you are looking at my Google Sheets notes at all, links provided in the description. I've tried to clean up some of the notes, especially I've tried to move some of the screenshots out of the one tab that basically had almost all the screenshots. And I've tried to start organizing. I'm not nearly done organizing, but I've started. So there's as of me saying this at this moment, right? So it might be different once you see this video and go and look at the notes. It may be, different than this, but as of this moment, one thing I've done is I've moved all the worker logs, which may or may not, contain clues, but I've moved them all to their own separate tab. And I've also moved all of the blue tints notes to their own separate tab because I need to keep track of blue tints, blue true memos in blue rooms on rank 8. Because I need to keep track of which blue rooms I've found said memo for and which I have not, because in order to get clues going forward or helpful clues, I might need to do all the blue rooms. So in other words, we've got all of these, we've got basically 46 blue rooms. Well, we're not going to get room 46 on the rank 8 or antechamber on the rank 8. So we're not going to get hidden blue memos for these rooms, right? Or for the entrance hall, right? But other rooms, I've got the note for the rotunda and room 8, not for the gallery, for the break room back when it was the billiard room. And I doubt it's going to be changed when it's the upgraded to the break room. Parlor I did encounter. I don't think I screenshot the note though, but I did do parlor. Bedroom closet, yes. These, no. This one, yes. Yes, no, no, no. No, yes, I do have the locker room. Ballroom, no. Trophy room, no. Wine cellar, no. Den, yes. Pantry, yes. Rumpus room, maybe. So forth. So anyway, in order to keep track of which rooms I've found said notes for and which I have not, I've organized them all onto a blue tints tab where I can more quickly scan, see the room name, see the notes, associated notes, and so forth. That should help with that. Yeah, but I'm going to probably, in between, recordings, spend a little more time trying to organize my screenshots tab, break it into some more tabs, like a tab for books, and and a tab for and then I'll can probably continue to have a screenshots tab for miscellaneous, but just organize what I can organize, right? And by topic. But at any rate, let's get on with today. So we froze ourselves with 131 gems and 29 coin. Well, 129 gem. And then we got 2 more from the, 127 gems, but we got 2 more from the morning room and 2 more from the gemstone cavern this morning. So we're up at 131 gems. We have a master key and a morning star because we had a moon pendant. So I don't need to chase keys. I don't need to chase gems. Even if get to study and can use gems for rerolls, I still have plenty of gems for all special rooms. So I don't need an emerald bracelet. Although if I get a showroom, I might buy one just to have it. If the showroom is selling a moon pendant, I might buy a moon pendant and an emerald bracelet, to have them for the following day, day 125. But for this day, I don't need to chase keys. I don't need to chase gems. My allowance is 150 coin. I won't need to chase money. So I don't need to chase resources today, which is nice. I have Mantle of the Night, which means that the army is added to my draft pool today. I'm at 73 stars. I want to get up to 100 stars to see if that triggers a new constellation. There's the 150 plus the 29 I had, so I'm at 179 coin to start the day with. Blessing of the Monk has worn off, but we probably will have the planetarium as a option this morning because yes, the prior day 123 was the last Blessing of the Monk day, and we did in the room in a planetarium. So when I get to here, it's going to offer me Root Cellar, Tool Shed, Planetarium, and the same combo it's been offering me for days. So we'll go ahead and take the planetarium again, but we're going to hope that on day 125 that we're offered something like the tomb, right? So I will probably end my day in that planetarium, but I don't need it at the moment. I don't really need to chase items, because I don't need resources. I don't need items to help me get resources. I'm going to be focused on doorways and stars, things that will help me get stars, right? And also help me set up for the next day, for a productive day 125. Let's do the armory, by all means. It's probably never going to sell us an axe again. Oh, I already have the Morning Star, so this was a waste because the armory won't sell me. But so I've already got the Morning Star, so it won't sell me a Morning Star. It will sell me this that I don't really need. It'll sell me this that I don't need, but it will not sell me an axe. So it's only selling me 2 of the 3 items because I already have the Morning Star item. Okay, so we didn't get anything out of the armory today. We're going to do the observatory for sure. Inkwell, Florealis, Diamonds Minor. So if I can end today with another freezer, powerful stuff. Let's do the boudoir because it leads up. And we like reroll die. We like reroll dice. And more gems is always good, especially because we intend to do a study today, which will let us spend gems on rerolls. Oh, the one thing we do have to concern ourselves with, I was thinking we're all set in golden. I don't have a key card, so I do need to either get a key card or make sure I'm not passing up key cards that are just lying around like I sometimes do. They're sometimes hard to see. But it does mean that I need to set up today's experiment, which will hopefully increase stars. But I will also need to set up, a way to get past security doors. Okay, let's do the kennel. We always pet the dog a bit. Courtyard is good, especially we have Florealis. Sledgehammer I do not need because I have a Morning Star, and a Morning Star is better than a Sledgehammer. So I'm not going to pick up the Sledgehammer at this time, because if I get a Moon Pendant, I will want it to choose the Morning Star over a Sledgehammer. This is an okay place for a dining room, I think. I don't think the commissary will sell anything that I particularly need. Don't particularly need any of these rooms, but I don't want to waste a redraw either. So we'll do the, well, workshop might give me a shovel. My commissary might sell a shovel. And I will only need a shovel if the lab, we'll do the commissary, because if it's selling a shovel, which it is, I might need a shovel. I don't need it yet. I don't need any of these things yet. But if the experiment is like dig up trash, and that's the best experiment option, then we might come back for a shovel. We want the showroom for sure. We want the Moon Pendant. We have a Master Key already. We will buy an Emerald Bracelet. Well, we definitely want an Ornate Compass. And we're going to buy an Emerald Bracelet because we can. So now we're not even spending gems on special rooms. We definitely want the study. And we definitely want a freezer at the end of the day. We're gonna do security. Ooh, there's a security door already. Okay. We're gonna change our security level to low because I have a master key and I don't know how soon I'm going to be able to get a utility closet or a key card. Okay. No new staff announcements. It's been a few days since our last staff announcement, which are basically communications from the staff to me, mostly, at the moment. Nothing new there. We want to start our lab experiment. We definitely want the gain +1 star option. So we could either do, we're not going to spend gems drafting rooms anymore because we've got, you know, the emerald bracelet. So we could either do find some trash while digging, or every time we draft an upgraded floor plan. I think we're going to do every time we draft an upgraded floor plan. I think that happens more. I think that happens more frequently than us digging up trash. When we dig, we either generally find a coin or a key, or like nothing of interest, which doesn't count as trash. It's very rare that we get like a, I say very rare, but it's less often that we get, or we might get a turnip for food, for steps, right? But it's less often that we get a tin can or a boot, which are or pebbles, which are basically the three things that count as trash. So I think we're going to trigger this one more. And I don't have to buy a shovel and go around and dig up things all the time. Because, to be honest, this is not, we're not expecting to accomplish a whole lot today, other than we're just trying to keep ourselves set up day to day to day to day until we can make progress on puzzles. But we don't know, we basically need to find a key to the chest, find out how to get a key to the chest, to the special chest in the treasure trove, find out if there is, you know, get a tomb and find out if there's a second order of angel statues in the tomb that unlocks some new area, some new clue. Review the note left behind maybe by her ladyship, which was in, or find some new, more clues on how to translate Iraja, because we've got some notes written in Iraja that might give us clues, but we have to translate them the rest of the way, so we need more Irajan words, right? We might need more blue memos from blue rooms on rank 8. We're not sure or find a way to get past the big blue door in the tunnel alcove, right? We're not sure, or I'm not sure, what is going to be the triggering event that will help us get further progress in the game, right? So I'm just kind of biding my time until then, but I want to bide my time, keeping myself set up for using each day to set myself up for the next day, because I never know which next day is going to be the important, crucial day, right? If I get a tomb, I want to go into that tomb with a bunch of resources so that whatever that tomb reveals, I can go hunt down that day, right? You know, that kind of thing, right? Okay. So today, you know, if we draft upgraded rooms, which we tend to do, and we've already done quite a bit, upgraded, maybe we've only done 2 upgraded rooms. I think the den always had a gem in it. So maybe we've only done 2 of our upgraded rooms, which, you know, haven't counted, but that's good because we want to save our upgraded rooms for now that we've done our experiment. But now we're looking for like a utility closet or something. So we can't go that direction at the moment, but we can go this direction. This is a fine place for a cloister of Dowja, and let's hope that we can actually basically, if I can get a study, and I can force us to get a study if I want to, spend a lot of rerolls on it, you know, but if I can get a study, and that can like force us to get ourselves a freezer at the end of the day and just carry these gems on forward, then regardless of whether the moon pendant, chooses the emerald bracelet or not, right? There is no way to save keys. Like Freezer won't save regular keys, and I have no way to force the moon pendant to choose to give us the master key again the following day. So day 125, we might have to chase keys until we get a showroom again and can buy a master key or something. But I want to ensure that we're not having to chase gems day 125 by having a bunch of frozen gems on top of having an emerald bracelet and a moon pendant, right? Okay, so let's do this. Dove coat is great because it has an animal and it has a doorway out to here. So so this should trigger the Cloister of Daoja and give us 2 stars. It did. Okay. Sometimes there's an extra key or gem or something in here. I don't see anything at the moment, and I don't have a shovel to dig up anything. That's fine. We have a master key, so our vestibule is not bad here. I don't need to step into it at the moment, though. So let's see if we can do... Okay, I can't get past that door. Let's see about this one. I don't want to spend a star on a redraw, so unfortunately there's no animal in any of these rooms. The hallway has more doorways, so we'll do the hallway. Which did trigger our experiment to give us a star. But rather than go up there, I'm going to come back down this way because I want a utility closet, but I don't want it up high. I want it down low. So let's work our way back down over here and work this side of the board. We can go ahead and do this doorway while we're at it. A great hall is good because it has a lot of doorways, extra resources, and I have a master key, so might as well do that. I'll go ahead and just do all these doors. Okay. So I can come down this way towards here. Might as well go ahead and draft this room first while I'm here. This is honestly a fine place for a passageway. So we'll do that. We're not going to walk into it yet. We did want a utility closet, so let's go ahead and just take the utility closet. All right. All right, so now we can get past security doors. We're golden. We're all set. I am just going to go over here and like try to explore this side of the house now. We don't want the weight room, obviously. So workshop is fine here. We don't need to walk into it yet, though. Let's see what this gives us. That's probably a fine spot for the conference room. Don't particularly need the music room. I do want more doorways. Don't need to walk into the conference room yet, though. Let's see what this does. Don't really need those, like any of this. So I'm just going to take the quest bedroom. I'm not going to pick up the brass compass. I don't need to increase my allowance, but there's no reason not to increase my allowance. Now let's work our way down here. Don't need to pick up the battery pack. I haven't picked up the sledgehammer, so I'm probably not going to be making a power hammer today. Unless I decide to. If I decide to make a power hammer, I'll decide to make a power hammer. But I've turned off the gymnasium. I can rotate it, so let's... Actually, I think it was fine, the rotation in the way it was. Let's put it back. Because a doorway here is good, because then I have a doorway here from here, a doorway here from here, a doorway here from here. So doorways, so at the gymnasium like this, that gives me a doorway to this room here. Okay. Chapel, I think, is fine for connectivity. It just it saves me steps getting back to the entrance hall, right? Um, and I really don't care about the coin that it's costing me. So let's go ahead and go here and do this room. Okay, let's do the code check because the dead end room and the dead end space, and it's a tomorrow room. So if I get a clock tower, I can start the next day with more keys. I don't think I need to interact with the code check at all. I just want a tomorrow room. So we're not going to even walk into it. We'll go over here, do this. But now we can navigate around the house because we've made basically a big circle. Break room is another tomorrow room, so let's do that. Plus, if we end our day in the break room, we don't have Blessing of the Monk anymore, but if I end my day in the break room, well, I could end my day in the planetarium. That's what I'll probably do. But if I ended my day in the break room, I'd get a key card, is the point. I probably won't make that choice, but, you know, it's good to have the choice, right? So let's go, let's see what this does. Or and this is always a fun puzzle to do, the math puzzles. 3 times 3 is, or 3 divided by 3 is 1. Times 3 is 3, squared is 9, divided by 3 is 3. 10 divided by 10 is 1. Squared is 1, squared is 1. Ignore this. Times 10 is 10. Divided by 10 is 1. Squared twice, or cubed, is still just 1. Silver key. If I have a moon pendant, do I want to pick up a silver key? Let's leave that silver key behind, I think. Because basically, I've got the cloister already. I've got the passageway already. I've got the vestibule already. See, the silver key makes it more likely to get rooms with many doors. But we've got a lot of those rooms out already, the Great Hall, so forth and so on. So that basically makes the weight room more probable, and I don't want to make the weight room more probable. So we don't want to use a silver key, and I don't want the moon pendant to give me the silver key tomorrow. So we're just going to leave that behind. Boiler room doesn't do anything for me other than connect here and here. This gives me more regular keys, which I can use like locker room and thing. It's gonna give me like 3 of those. Workshop will offer me an item, probably an item I don't want. I think we'll go ahead and do the servant's spare quarters. Okay, so I could dead end and get more keys with servants' quarters. I could get more mix of resources, store them, but that's not necessary because I don't really need more money or more gems. More keys are useful for like locker room situation. But I think I'm going to do the workshop just to save myself the steps so that I don't have to come back this way. So to save myself the steps, I'm going to do the workshop. Yeah, I don't want the broken lever. Okay, so now we're here. We've done all of this area. We can get past secured. We can get past all doors. We have plenty of, we have gems. I need a study is what I need. I also need a treasure trove. There are certain rooms I want, right? And we're just kind of biding our time until we get there. So we're going to take we'll take this for the doorway up. It's not time to get re-rolling yet. We will definitely take the study. Okay, so now we can use our gems for rerolls. Rather than using stars. We don't want to use stars on rerolls. We want to use gems instead. So that works. So now I just come over here and I can come to the vestibule. No, I'm going to not go to the vestibule. I'm going to go to the cloister and try to do an animal room right here. Yeah, so we're going to actually go all the way across, and we're going to go to security to go up because we want to change the security level to high now that we've turned off power. Basically because security doors, single click to get through. Locked doors with the master key takes more clicks, and I'm just lazy. Don't want to use all those clicks. Or, don't want to spend all that time, doing extra clicks I don't have to do. So. I've missed a key, a coin. Missed a key and a coin somewhere. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, no, the key is no, silver key's separate. So I've missed a regular key and a regular coin somewhere. Oh, that's a shame. Oh, sorry. I didn't do what I intended to do. Key card system. Set security level high. Okay. Just double checking. Alrighty. And now, well, I might as well do this door while I'm here. The drawing room gives me a doorway and a reroll. A free reroll up at the top there, so we'll do that. Gem. The only reason to do a garage is I don't believe I have the blue tents note for the garage yet. I do not. So we're going to do the garage in order to take the blue tents note, or find the blue memo in the garage. Plus it gives us 3 keys. Keys I don't necessarily need, won't necessarily use, like especially if I don't get a locker room. But useful to pick up anyway. I mean, we're going to pick them up anyway. So now I'm looking for a blue memo. hidden blue memo. The garage is hidden blue memo. Although it's hidden, it should be hidden in plain sight, meaning it shouldn't need car keys. It shouldn't be like in the boot of the car or anything. Doesn't mean it's going to be easy to find. Where is this blue memo? If I was a hidden blue memo, where would I hide? That's the question. There's a hidden blue memo. Where would I hide? Well, I know it's here. This is a blue room on rank 8. It's here. It's just hidden. Little scavenger hunt. Once I find it, I'll be like, it was there the whole time, and I was just blind. looking up now because I've been looking down. So I'm looking up. Hmm. 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 Being a little stubborn. Definitely being hidden. Hmm. All right. I feel like I'm boring you guys, so I'm going to do something I don't normally do. I'm gonna Google this. Because yeah. Okay, well, I'm glad I Googled it. Guess what? I was wrong. You do need the car keys in order to find the blue memo. I won't say more than that, but we could be here all day because you need the car keys to find the hidden blue memo. Okay. So if I find car keys today, I will pick them up and use them. Good to know. Alrighty. But meanwhile, we're going to move on over to the cloister and try to get another animal room. Okay, trophy room is an animal room, right? That should totally count. Oh, come on. trophy room, it has stuffed animals. That didn't count. It has to be a room with live animals. Wow, man, the cloister Adagia is super restrictive. It turns out it wants animals. So Dovecote Aquarium, Secret Garden has birds kennel, but not the dining room. Not the trophy room. Not the den. Because it has to be live animals. It has to be Dovecote Aquarium, Secret Garden, kennel. Wow, I really thought like stuff. This is a stuffed animal. I mean, it's got a stuffed cheetah, but nope, it did not trigger the cloister Adagia. So cloister Adagia is a far more restrictive trigger than I expected it to be. Oh well. Okay, we got to get serious here because we've only got a couple doorways. So, throne room, we'll do throne room because it gives me a doorway over here. I could rotate classroom around, but I could do mirror chamber and I could get to the mirror chamber from here and from here. But I don't necessarily want it to have duplicate rooms today. So let's do the throne room. And this orientation is fine. And then we definitely want the treasure trove. If I don't rotate it, I'm going to be forgoing this spot. But to get over here, I'd have to come from this doorway and make my way over here. We will forgo this spot in the house just to have the doorway over here. And again, treasure trove gives us a lot of money, which we will pick up, you know, especially because if we do end up with a freezer, we could freeze all that money and that'd be great, you know, for the next day. But these days we have more money than we can spend. We have more money than all the things and all the shops combined could cost. We just make, we have a ton, we have shitloads of money. Because we have an allowance of 150, right, now. But the bigger thing is the blue box. So this is we got to get to note-taking mode. This is day 124, blue box. Moon, and what we know about Okay. So this is a true memo. It says blue boxes marked by the wavy lines contain false statements. But because this is a true memo, we know that is a true, or because it's a blue memo, we know that's a true statement. All right, so that's good to know going forward. We're still not quite got the revolutionary piece of information we're looking for. Let's try some redraws. I mean, I could do this and get a doorway over here, but the classroom itself doesn't do anything for me. We like the pool. Yeah, see, the pool, that's a good redraw because we like the pool. We have a morning star, so we can bust these open. And pick up those keys, which will only matter for a locker room, which I'm not going to waste I'm not going to hunt down a locker room. If it comes to me and it's okay door-wise, I might choose it, but you know. Okay. So we're going to redraw here. Okay, we're going to do the aquarium because we wanted the doorways up and down. Might as well pick up the coins and take the gem. Okay, we're going to do the doorway down first. And we really want something that's useful. So we're going to spend gems on redraws for something useful. Asana is useful. So we'll take the Asana. Mailroom can be useful, but I do want to get to the antechamber. So we're just going to do parlor. I like the mind tease of the, or you know, the puzzles. A box with a true statement contains the gems. A box with a false statement contains the gems. A box mentioning the word true contains the gems. That could all be true. It can't all be false because the gems have to be in a box, and that box has to have either at least one true statement or one false statement. So this cannot be a completely false box because one of the first two statements has to be true. So this is either an all true box or a mixed true and false box. Box with this false statement contains the gems. The white box contains the gems. A box mentioning a specific color contains the gems. A box with only true statements contains the gems. The blue box contains the gems. A box with a statement that is also on another box contains the gems. Well, okay, so if we go on the theory that let's test this being all true. Now let's test this being all true. A box with a false statement contains the gems. The white box contains the gems. A box mentioning a specific color contains the gems. If this is all true, well, the white box does mention a specific color, so the white box can only contain the gem. This can only be all true if the white box contains the gems and the white box also therefore mentions a specific color, which it does. But the white box would have to have a false statement. The box with only true statements contains the gems. Well, if this contains the gems, well, the blue box contains the gems would be false if this contains the gems. So the black box could be all true. But then a box would have to be all false. So this box would have to be all false. A box with only true statements contains the gems would be false. The blue box contains the gems and false. A box with a statement that is also on another box contains the gems. That would be false. So this could be all false, and the gems could be in the white box. This could be all true, and this could be all false. This box with the true statement contains the gems would be false. A box with a false statement contains the gems would be true. A box mentioning the word true contains the gems would be true. So that's a working world. Is this all true? This all false? That mixed. There should be only one working world. So let's say that this one's the all. This can't be the all. Well, this could be the all true box, but let's say for a moment this is the all true box. The box with only true statements contains the gems. The blue box contains the gems. Well, if this is a box with only true statements contains the gems, and this is all true, then this would have to also be all true, and this would have to be all false. And this can't be all false. Can it? Oh, this does not mention a specific color. These two do. So could this be all false? A box with a false statement contains the gems. A white box contains the gems. A box mentioning a specific color contains the gems. If the blue box contains the gems, this does not mention a specific color. Oh, a box with a true statement, a box with a false statement contains the gems. Well, this can't be true if this second statement can't be true if this box contains the gems, and this box has to be all true. If this box is all true, that box has to be all true. So this box cannot be all true. It can be all false, but it can't be all true. This cannot be all false. Basically, I think the way it works out is this has to be all true, that has to be all false, and that has to be mixed. So the gems have to be here. Boom, boom. Oh, the aquarium should have a hidden blue memo, which I will look for coming back. Because the aquarium is all colors, including blue, so it should have a hidden blue memo. I am not doing the ballroom. I do like the clock tower in the mailroom, but I did want to get into the antechamber today. We'll do the locker room. We're doing the locker room not because we have a bunch of keys, but because we've got an allowance quest today, and we might as well do an allowance quest when we have it. So there we go. And now we can do locker rooms because I've used my one key on the treasure trove, so I don't need to save any of these keys. How many? Or let me pull up my notes on the locker room. Skip this one per my notes. Go over here, and it's this one. Skip this one. This one. And then over here, it's both of these. We will take the car keys because we want to find the blue memo. I just hope the moon pendant doesn't give us car keys. And then over here, it's all of them. And then over here, it is just these last two. And then over here, it's all of them, but I don't have that many keys. So we don't want the running shoes. And no more keys. And that's fine. There's a key and a coin somewhere in the house that I have missed. Maybe it was in the Great Hall and I didn't pick it up. Maybe like I opened the doors and I just didn't see him and pick it up or whatever. But I'm not going to hunt it down. I'm not going to hunt down, you know, a key for a locker that's probably not going to benefit me. So we've already got the blue memo for the pool, but we do not have it for the aquarium. So let's go back. We have to go back to the aquarium anyway, but let's look for a hidden blue memo here. Does the aquarium need to be drained in order to find said blue memo? Maybe. In which case, I'm not going to drain an aquarium just right now, just to find that blue memo. But, oh, wait a minute. Is the aquarium drained? Yeah, the aquarium is drained. Okay, so the aquarium is drained because I can see the X here and stuff, so. There's supposed to be a hidden blue memo because this counts as a blue room. There's not that many places to hide a blue memo in the aquarium. I'm not doing well at finding blue memos today. Yeah, if there's a blue memo in this aquarium, where is it? Or where could it be? I mean, like, where's any hiding places? I am not going to Google where. I'm just going to Google does blueprints. Does aquarium have hidden blue memo? Hidden blue tense memo. Okay, it says it does. I didn't look up where, but it just says that it does. Oh. It's not hidden, it's just right here. This tank contains a red herring. Okay. Red herring would be like a false lead. So, okay. So, so this tank, I need to back up because we need to screenshot the tank that it's talking about, right? And this is the tank that it's talking about, contains a red herring. Okay, so this tank, the one that's like, I think, one of the hallways, right? We identified as being one of the hallways, contains a red herring, a false clue, a false lead. Okay. Okay. So we found I'm like looking really hard and it's like, there's no place to hide a blue memo and it's not even hidden. It's just right here on the corner of the glass. And I actually Googled, does the aquarium have a blue memo? And then I had to refine my Google query, and it's like, yes, it does. Look for it. I'm like, oh, okay. And then it's right there, right in front of my face. Ah, that's stupid. I should not have had to Google, does it have a blue memo? It's right there in my front of my face because literally there's no place to hide it in this room. So it's not really hidden per se. But now we're going to go this direction. We've got 50 steps, and we could... Our dining room is... Where's our dining room? Did we not do the dining room? No, we did the dining room, didn't we? Where's our dining room? I know we did the dining room. I say I know we did the dining room. Oh, it's right here. So our dining room is over here. We have 50 steps. We shouldn't need to, panic and go eat. 50 steps should be enough for what we need to do, but we're fine. We're fine stepwise is all I'm saying. Okay, so let's go through the pool. And let's see. We want rooms that are going to help us for tomorrow. So let's redraw here. We don't want any of those. Well, we don't have... I don't want to do the ballroom. I don't want to... We don't have the blue memo for the ballroom, but I don't want to... Do we have the blue memo for the boiler room? We don't have the blue memo for the boiler room, so we could do the boiler room just to try to find its blue memo. But I do want an observatory and I do want a freezer. We don't have the blue memo for the freezer. Now, the blue memo for the freezer, we might not be able to... The hidden blue memo for the freezer, we might not be able to find without thawing out the freezer because of its hidden nature. So it might not be successful to just try to put a freezer right there, right? Plus, we want a freezer at the end of the day, not when we're still trying to use gems for redraws. Let's redraw here. Mail room. Do I have the blue memo for the mail room? I do not. So, and I don't have it for the vault either. And they're both blue rooms. But the advantage to this is, I already have it for the rotunda, is this is a tomorrow room. So if I can get a clock tower, this will feed into that. Plus it will give me some items right now that I may or may not pick up. But we got to look for that hidden blue memo for the mail room. Package. I'm not going to pick up the sleepy mask. I will pick up the gems. Is that the blue memo? Okay. All right. only 6 of the notorious red letters were addressed to Herbert Sinclair, and that's a true statement. Okay. So this is this right here, and we say mail room. All right, so we have that blue memo, and this is a tomorrow room. All right. So now we're going to go over here. This is our remaining doorway. We may have boxed ourselves in. We might not get everything we want today. We might have to make a choice between things we want. There's a coin purse, which I'm not going to pick up. Didn't even notice when I first walked through the throne room there was a coin purse, but I'm not going to pick it up. Oh, before I do this, let's go over to the garage and... Yeah. Oh, we should pick up that key. We never picked up that key, and then we could have opened the last locker in the locker room, but I'm not going to worry about that now. Okay. We'll do the garage on our way back because we have to come back this way to the cloister anyway. So let's go ahead and just finish out this corner. None of these. If I take the clock tower, I'm forgoing the freezer. I'm going to run out of redraws. Yeah, okay, well, this is what I was looking for. The boiler room. Because I can look for the blue memo in the boiler room. And it gives me the doorway up. There's the blue memo. The high pressure condenser box is connected to not one but 2 remote power boxes. I think it's talking about the 2 remote or the 2 red power boxes connected to red doors, and we've already found those, but I think that's what it's talking about. But now we've done the boiler room. Okay. So we can cross that off of our, scavenger hunt list. So now from here, I can try to draw into an observatory or a freezer, but I can't get both because they're both dead-end rooms. So even if I do a room that passes through this way, I could only have one dead-end room here. So I can only have one more dead-end room right now. And both the, not the observatory, the clock tower. Both the clock tower and the freezer are dead-end rooms. So hopefully I can get one or the other. This will give me a free redraw for this right here. Because I'm going to run out of gems in this spot. So this will be my last room. Okay, conservatory I ought to do, but I won't. Because I have a plan. It's giving me a conservatory again. It's not letting me have what I want. It's giving me a conservatory again. It's not letting me have a freezer or a clock tower. So I should probably just do the conservatory. And then I lose these 131 gems. Because I don't have a freezer. I don't want to spend stars on rerolls. All right. Pick that up for no good reason because I do not have a freezer. Clock tower is unusual. Let's make that at least standard. Maybe we want to make it commonplace. Solarium is standard. Vestibule. It's good when we have a master key and we have gems or have an emerald bracelet. It can be expensive otherwise, so let's leave it on unusual. Oh, sorry. We'll leave the vestibule on unusual, but we'll go. Let's make the clock tower standard. We just want it to show up when we do re-rolls, right? Yep. Okay. Now we should go to the garage and find its blue memo. Okay, it says we needed to use car keys. So car keys open two things. Well, I don't want either of those. Because I don't want Moonpennant to choose those. Okay, so this, I see it already. This is the note we know about that's not a blue memo, but we can now clearly see that there's a blue memo. The license plate on this car is an acronym. Okay. So then we can go over here and we say, so let's take a look at the license plate on this car. Yeah, that's a bad screenshot. Let's get a better one. We'll put that right here. The license plate on this car is an acronym. Okay. SWNSNG. I'll have to mull that over. I don't know yet what the acronym is. But now we found the blue memo for the garage. Now we don't really have anything to do. We don't have Blessing of the Monk, so we only need to end the day in a room. We have a choice. We can either end the day in the planetarium for +2 stars, or we can end our day in the break room down here in the corner to start the next day with a key card. I think 2 stars is more valuable than the key card because we can normally get around security doors by turning power off via the utility closet, which is now like commonplace. So key cards are less critical to us these days. So let's just go ahead and go outside and end our day in the planetarium. There's nothing else for us to do. So the easiest way to do that is, well, come straight down to the, not commissary, but to the dining room, where I might as well eat, and then go to the courtyard, and then go straight down, and then we'll move our way over. Okay. I could come a direction around this way as well, but we don't need to. Well, once we get to the courtyard, we could just go over here and then go down. Yeah. It doesn't matter. Right now, we're just going to the dining room. Straight down to the dining room. I had really hoped to get a freezer again. Keep this chain of having infinite gems going, but c'est la vie. And look at all the money and all the gems I'm now wasting. I really wanted a freezer. Would have accepted a clock tower. Didn't get either. Oh well. Now from here, we can just go straight over to the passageway. And then we go straight down. Oh no, we're losing a coin. All right. Already made the wish for the day. All right. I'm going to go in this day in our planetarium for another, and we have a morning star, so we should, you know, get. All right, we're going to call it a day. We have 83 stars, but this will give us a star for 84. Ending our day here will give us another 2. So then we'll be up at 86 stars. Getting close to 100. I'm hoping 100 stars is like the magic number for the next bigger constellation, bigger than the Inkwell. Okay, we're going to call it a day. Our allowance is now 152. We do have a moon pendant. We'll get to keep 2 of these items. I won't get to keep any of these resources. That's a shame. And I won't start the day with any extra keys because I do not have a clock tower, which is a shame. All right, let's call it a day. Alrighty, this was day 124, Mount Holly, Royal Shopping Center of Tomorrow. Throne room, 5 shop rooms, 5 tomorrow rooms. Total rooms 44, rank reached 9, steps taken 95, items found 4. We almost had a full house, we just missed this one room here. But at any rate, thank you very much for being with me for day 124. We'll see you for day 125. Have a good one. Bye. Okay, we're going to get going on day 125 of Blueprints. Let's get it going. So we're still continuing our like holding pattern stance at the moment. Looking for a tomb. If we get opportunity to shrine today, we might start a new blessing, but not blessing of the monk. We'll switch to some other blessing. Let's go ahead and pick up our allowance. So we have 90 steps because we had a sauna the prior day. We also had a moon pendant, and we're getting to keep the master key and the morning star again, which are the same 2 items that the moon pendant chose for us day 124. So that's fine. That works. We're happy for it. It does mean that I do have to be concerned with my gems because unlike day 124, I don't have 100. I'm not starting with 130 something gems. I'm only starting with 2 gems. And only 152 coin because I did not get a freezer. We don't have any blessing at the moment. We do have Mantle of the Night, which means that we'll get the armory, which we have the morning star, so we don't really need the armory. So even when we're offered the armory, I might draft it, but I'm just on the hope that it will sell me an axe, but it most likely won't, and it'll be a waste of a drafted room. But you've got to try. You know, you got to try. Make a wish. But I really want to try a thing in the tomb. And I'm also waiting for the foundation to come back because we lost the foundation. I forget exactly when, but we might still be without a foundation for a couple of days. Okay. None of these are the shrine or the tomb. So we're just going to do the tool shed. I don't need the sledgehammer. I have a master key. I have a bunch of coin. I don't need the metal detector. So I'm just not even going to pick these up. Because if I end up with moon pendant again, I don't want them chosen. Those are, because I already have the morning star, I can already open chests. So do I want a conference room at the bottom of the house or dining room at the bottom of the house? We'll say conference room at the bottom of the house. Make sure it doesn't have a item for me to pick up. Does not appear so. I don't want to spend, I've only got 2 gems. So I don't want to spend one of them on the conservatory. I know I should, like, you know, the wisdom would be always do the conservatory. But honestly, I need a showroom and an emerald bracelet is what I need. We'll do this for the doorways. And hope that utility closet comes back to us. We'll do den for the gem in the doorway. There's no chest or anything here. Okay. I'm going to do utility closet because we can't let it go too long. There seems to be, like, very rarely is there a good spot for a dead end room, you know. And sometimes there's a perfect spot for a dead end room, but we can't really wait for that to happen necessarily. Laboratory, yeah, we can do laboratory. Start the lab experiment. Deal with the gives us a doorway over here. Start the lab experiment, log into security, change the security settings. Yeah, we can do that. Okay. Oh, before I do this, let's search the room for any items. No special, no extra items. Okay. Just making sure. Okay. Let's start today's experiment. It's not giving us the option to gain stars. Let's permanently increase our lockpicking skills. Each time we draft an upgraded floor plan. Alrighty, come on. Log in the network. Check staff announcements. There is a new staff announcement. Yay. Friday, March 11th, 1994. If we count small gates, 8 dates, crack 8 safes. Yes, we know. We got that clue. We figured that clue out already. That's from the difference in pictures in each room in the house. We got that really early on in our journey. So not yet telling us things we don't already know. Okay. One would have thought that the staff might have guessed that I already knew that based upon I got the satellite dish out. I inherited the estate, so therefore I got the room 46. So, you know, given the things that they know I've accomplished, I think they should have figured out that I'd already figured that stuff out. But regardless. Okay, so now we're going to do the remote terminal into security. I know where those are. Keycard system settings, security level high. Change offline mode to unlocked. Confirm high unlocked. That is correct. Back. All right, so we can get through all the doors. We just need the gems to be able to draft them. Parlor, we could earn 2 more gems, but it's facing down. Servants' quarters gives us a key to a new room area, because if I did parlor, I'd be going down to here. And yet, I do need gems. All right, we're going to do the parlor because I do need gems. Unless and until I can buy an emerald bracelet, I will need to chase gems today. Only one of this box's statements is true. So therefore, this box cannot be entirely true because either the top statement, well, the top statement's either false or one of these, or one or more of these other statements are false. Can it be entirely false? This can be false. The gems are in a box with a true statement. Could be false. The gems are in a box with 2 statements. Ooh. If the gems are in a box with 2 statements, first of all, if only one of this box's statements is true, then the second 2 have to be false. Okay. Now the first one could be false, and the second 2 could be true. But it is not the case that the top one and one of the other ones is true. Only one of this box's statements are false. So this cannot be entirely, well, this cannot be entirely true because if the top statement is true, then one of the other statements has to be false. The gems are in a box with 3 statements. There are the same number of true and false statements on boxes. Okay. The gems are in a box with a false statement. The gems are in a box next to this box. Okay. So some box has to be entirely true. If this top statement is true, one of these has to be false. So this cannot be entirely true. This cannot be entirely true because if this top one is true, then one of the bottom 2 has. If this top one is true, then both of the bottom 2 have to be false. So the only box that could be entirely true is the white box. The gems are in a box with a false statement. The gems are in a box next to this box. Okay. So that's entirely true, and it's just saying the gems are in a blue box or the black box. This is the only box with 2 statements. So this one says the gems are in a box with 2 statements. Well, that is false. So if that is false, This is false. This second one, if this second one is true, then this top one can't be true. If this one is false, then this one is true, because then the top one is the true one. So the likely situation here, we know this bottom one is false. The middle statement, or the top statement, is could likely be true, and therefore the middle one is false, which would mean the black box would have to be all false, because this would be true, false, false. Black box would have to be all false, and the gems would have to be in the black box. Is it possible for the black box to be all false? Only one of the statements are, this box's statements are false. That could be false, because that could, if they're all false, then that's false. The gems are in a box with 3 statements. Oh, well, the gems have to be in the black box or the blue box. So that second statement has to be true. There are the same number of true and false statements on boxes. So this cannot be entirely false, because that second statement has to be true. So therefore, this is all false. If a true statement is false, so the gems would have to be in the blue box. Only one of this box's statements is true, is false if they're all false. If both of these are false, then okay. Yeah, the gems are in a box with a false statement. But it's also false that the gems are in a box with a true statement, because this has to be all false, because this can't be all false. And one of the boxes has to be all false. So the gems have to be here. Boom, boom. I could do the commissary, but then I'm down to 1 doorway. Well, whatever I do, I'm going to be down to 1 doorway. This might end up being a very short day. I will buy a set of 4 gems. I'm not going to buy the other items. Yet. So now what can I do from this doorway? Get more keys. I don't really need keys. This would give me keys. I need... Do I want to come over here, or do I want to go up? Let's go over and hope we do not dead end. This might be a very short day. Running shoes, I'm not going to pick them up. Okay. We're going to take the observatory. I don't think the armory is going to necessarily sell us an axe. We do want the observatory. So we've got Inkwell. We're not going to do Southern Cross. 3 steps. Pair of chests. Apples are more delicious. Key. Diamonds major. Okay, a lot of good benefits, but I'm not taking the Southern Cross. Because Southern Cross can backfire on us. Let's go ahead and go back to the entrance hall and break open those chests. Because it's less backtracking steps now than later. Sure, we'll take the secret garden key. I'll probably end up using it. We don't want it unless we're going to use it, but I'll probably end up using it. Okay. Dead end, well, not dead end, but it sends us over here. Let's do workshop. Because with workshop, when we're here, if we get a room that goes straight through, we're good. If we get a room that turns here, we're good. But if I do the music room and I have this doorway, if it goes straight through, we're screwed. If it turns down this way, we're screwed. The only way we're not screwed is if it turns that way, and we have, you know, and I don't want to spend stars on redraws. I'm not going to pick up the broken lever. Courtyard is good. It gives us some doorways. I could pick up the shovel. I don't really need to shovel anything up. And I don't want, if I get a moon pendant, I don't want the moon pendant keeping the shovel, so. We're gonna forgo this room, apparently. Do the boudoir. I really want a showroom. We'll do the dining room because it leads up. Or I can do the gift shop, which leads over. I think we'll actually do the gift shop that leads over this way. Not the best place for the Cloister of Dauja. Or an aquarium. Well, we have Florealis. Do we? No, we don't have Florealis today. We do not have Florealis today, so I'd like to rotate. If I do Cloister of Dauja, I'm giving up a doorway on it. But that's, I think I'll do it because of the other two. It gives me a doorway up and a doorway over. If I could rotate aquarium, I would. Okay. Ooh, those are my choices. None of them are going to have an animal. Let's... Do I try a redraw? Let's try a redraw. Or I could do this and choose gold and maybe get a showroom. But I'm going to redraw. Maybe not the best choice. I'll take the dining room. Which does not have an animal, but I didn't want to spend another redraw. I mean, it has stuffed animal, but apparently that doesn't count for Cloister of Dalja. I see here I can do a secret garden. So let's go ahead and do secret garden. Yep. And then I'm not digging up the spots or anything, but I'll go ahead and open the antechamber because we have no reason not to. Might as well open both sides. No reason not to. That was letting me know I think some Amazon package has arrived. I might step downstairs in a minute to bring it inside. Yeah, here, I'll start this animation and go, and I'll be right back. I am back. We need to do this animation another time, right? Yep, there we go. I don't know about you all, but all my food comes, I shop online and comes delivered. Because I'm too lazy to go grocery shopping in person anymore. Alrighty. Let's see. In this, spread fruit. So there's fruit, meaning extra steps in the conference room. Should we, start running out of steps, which won't happen for a while. Let's do the study. This will let us use gems for rerolls. We don't want to do that unless we have extra gems. But we're going to try to get a showroom. And if we can get an emerald bracelet, then all of our gems will be extra gems. Or I could get a laundry and turn a bunch of money into gems. And you know, have extra gems that way. So I've got this goes up, this goes up, this goes over. So these two doorways go to the same room, essentially, but I'll want to draft from here in case it's a showroom, but first we're going to do this, and we want something that's going to spread us out. Take us up or spread us out. One or the other. Let's do a secret passage. Reason being is because then now I'm going to choose gold to try to get a showroom. And there's my showroom. And let's hope that it's selling an emerald bracelet. I don't see an emerald bracelet on display. Yeah, oh no, there's the emerald bracelet. So, yep, we're going to buy an emerald bracelet. And we're going to buy, we already have it. Now it's not selling a moon pendant. So we won't be able to keep items for tomorrow because it's not selling a moon pendant, unfortunately. But we like the emerald bracelet, the ornate compass, the master key. We have that combination. But now we really can just pick up any and all items, such as the shovel that's in this courtyard. We can pick it up and, you know, whatever, because we don't have a moon pendant, so we're not going to get to keep any of these items for tomorrow, so it doesn't matter. But okay, so now that I have an emerald bracelet, all my gems, 13 of which at the moment, are all extra gems that can be used for rerolls. Okay. I am disappointed that I don't have a moon pendant, but it is what it is. So we'll probably want to get up resources, or, you know, gems in particular, and then like or we could get the treasure trove, which gets us a bunch of coins, then do the laundry and turn those into gems, right? And then get a freezer, that kind of thing, right? So let's go ahead and do over here. Throne room isn't bad. Mechanarium, I have 1, 2, lab 3, and that would be 4. So Mechanarium might be 4 doors. Throne room is 3 doors. So Mechanarium's theoretically better. Just depends on how those doors are situated. But before we do all of that, I'm going to... Well, I guess we can just go ahead and do all of this. I don't need to backtrack and do this area, because I might wrap back around and come this way. Unless I was just literally going to go pick up a shovel or go outside and pick up metal detector and all that kind of stuff, but I don't really see the need. Okay, so my cardinal directions, basically the way I want it to be. So we're going to go over here. We'll do Great Hall because I can open all of those doors with the master key. I don't need to open that because it's already open. These extra keys, one's going to be good in the treasure trove that I want to get today. The others are good in the locker room, essentially. Okay, so before we go over, let's go ahead and go down. So to go down, no, that's going up. You can tell that I'm directionally challenged. I can, because I have the ornate compass, I can spin. So let's rotate. And then gymnasium is turned off, so. But the aquarium is better because it gives us coins and it doesn't cost us anything because we have the emerald bracelet. So let's rotate and rotate again. And that now the aquarium's in a perfect position for us. So we'll do the aquarium. I'm not going to worry about shoveling up anything. Do I want rare and unusual rooms today? Maybe freezer? Is that unusual? I think I've made freezer unusual, so we'll do solarium. I don't need the garage. Don't really need any of these rooms per se. So let's redraw for something that's useful. Drawing room will give us a free redraw right here, so we'll do that. And a gem, which is worth another redraw. So I don't need any of those. I don't need any of those, so we're going to spend a gem. Really? Kind of don't really need any of those. Planetarium is good. We could end our day in the planetarium for 2 extra stars, and it's a tomorrow room. So yeah, so now we've got our planetarium. That's a room we want today. And now we can come up here and be like, what else we want? Well, not a ballroom for sure. We can rotate the office around, pointing this way, or I could just take a workshop pointing up to here. Gives us another gem, gives us a doorway where we want it. I can put more coin here in the conference room, which only really matters if I'm going to do like a laundry and turn that coin into gems, which is something I could theoretically do. I don't know that there's a downside to doing it, so we'll just go ahead and do it. Armory, we'll take the armory, and it's pointed in the correct direction. And it is not selling us an axe, so it's not selling us anything I want to buy. So that's a waste. I mean, you know, basically, I think it's strongly telling us that it's never going to sell us an axe again. Definitely want the treasure trove. It's a definite room we're looking for. Okay. We'll pick up all this money. So yeah, if I end up with a laundry before I get a freezer. But I also want a pool and a sauna today, if I can get it. But yeah, if I get a laundry, I can, and if I could turn all these into gems, and then if I get the freezer, yeah. Okay, so we're gonna go to note-taking mode here. This is day 125, white box, wavy lines. Alrighty. Green memos and blue boxes are sometimes false. Well, this is a lie. That means that green memos and blue boxes are always true. Alrighty. This would be great to be a pool. I don't have an allowance quest at the moment. No, I do. I do have an allowance quest. I forgot that I had an allowance quest. So if I did this, I could do the allowance quest. Because I have the whole rest of this side of the house to get other things done with. So yeah, we'll just go ahead and do our allowance quest. And because this is open, I could just draft a room right off of here. So trophy room means more gems, which means more rerolls. Sure. And they're free gems. Okay. Don't want the archives. Throne room is fine here. It's not a room we need per se, but it's fine here. Sometimes it has some extra item or whatever on these little benches. I don't know what you call little tables. So might as well do this doorway first. And might as well make it something useful. So let's try to redraw into something useful. This is a tomorrow room, so if I get a clock tower, that could be useful. We already discussed that the laundry room could be very useful. But we don't need to step into it yet. Let's head down, collect our food and coin from the conference room, maybe eat in the dining room on the way there or back, and then do this like area. Or then, then like come back and like, we want to do the freezer, but want the freezer to be like at the end of the day. Towards the end of the day, we want a pool, we want a sauna. We want a pool so that we can get a sauna. We want a pool and a sauna. We want a clock tower. We'll take a mail room if we can get it, right? So those are kind of like, right? But let's go do some magic with some coins. So we have to get out of here anyway. We have to backtrack anyway, regardless. So. We go all the way across. Let's go over here and see if we can re-roll into a pool. I like a clock tower, but do I just take the clock tower? But then I've only got this one door, this one room. So let's try to get the clock tower back again later. So let's redraw for a pool. Now, rotunda, that lets me go here and here. Yeah, we'll take the rotunda. Just to save ourselves some rerolls. So, heading down here, let's see if we can get a pool. Closed exhibit's not bad, but it's not a pool. This is more rerolls. Okay. Okay, we really want this to be a pool. There's the clock tower again, but it's not a pool. There's our pool. And that's the correct orientation for it. So now, before we do any other rooms, because if we get offered the freezer, we want to take it. So before we do any other rooms, let's go ahead and do the exchange. Because I won't need gems to draft rooms. And once I get a freezer, then I won't be able to use gems for rerolls. We do not have a moon pendant, so we're not going to get to keep any of these items. Not the master key, the demo bracelet, or anything. So we really want a clock tower to help us with keys. We want to do our exchange for a bunch of gems, and then do freezer, right? So let's go do the exchange now. Is there anything else I need to do before the exchange? No. I don't think I need a silver spoon. I'm going to get plenty of food here and here. Go straight down. the kitchen and morning room, good, but I don't have enough spots for all of that. So basically, I need a clock tower. I need a sauna, a clock tower, and a freezer. So I need sauna, clock tower, freezer, like off of these 3 doorways, right? That's what I'm looking for. I know that seems like super specific request, but that is the request. I'm not going to get a furnace, so we're going to go ahead and eat because I don't want a furnace. Okay. Can pick up the shovel. We're gonna, we'll have plenty of steps. We're gonna get a shit ton of coin. I don't need any more coin today for anything. And my allowance is so high, I don't really need just freeze coin for the following day. I just need to freeze gems. Okay. So now with all of that, I could buy gems, but the laundry is going to let me exchange 1 for 1. So why would I buy more gems from the commissary? That would be silly. Yeah, the commissary I don't think is selling anything I need. I guess I have no reason not to pick up the running shoes. No moon pendant, so none of these items are going to be carried over. Okay. So before I do any of this, we want to make the exchange. So let's... We're trying to get back to here. We have 78 steps, so we should be able to do it. We're going to swap our coins for gems at a 1-to-1 rate. I call this the infinite gem hack, right? Oh, there's some more coins. Okay. Now I'll come to the pool and I'll do these two, and then I will do this one. Well, I've got this doorway, this doorway, this doorway, and this doorway. Okay, so I've actually got 1, 2, 3, 4 doorways. Okay. So we want to redraw for something useful. In this case, we're not counting an attic as useful. Break room is another tomorrow room. I need a sauna, a clock tower, and a freezer. If I don't get one here, I've got 1, 2, 3 doorways, all of which would have to be dead-end rooms because clock tower is dead-end, freezer's dead-end, sauna's dead-end. So I'd have to have 3 specific dead-end rooms off of those 3 specific doors, and I only get 8 redraws, 8 gem redraws per doorway. I think I have to retry here. Take the sauna, which is a tomorrow room. I'm glad I chose to do the redraw. Okay, so that is one of the rooms that we wanted. We've got the sauna. So now we come down here. And now we want... This is interesting. Oh, did I find a blue note in the code check? Let me... In the office... No, I have to check both of these rooms for their hidden blue notes, I guess. I thought I'd done the office, but I'm not finding. Maybe not. Okay. So I have to remember to do that. But anyway. Gallery's 2 more gems. Oh, but here's the issue, is that then it's just this room and this room. So let's redraw. Mail room can be good if I can get a clock tower and a freezer in these spots. Okay, that's the clock tower I'm looking for. So now I just need to get a freezer in one of the other 2 spots. And that might be hard to do, but we will try. It may not happen at all. I'm not going to worry about that. It's stressful to use that. I guess I'll do it. Jeez. And it literally doesn't benefit me today, because I'm not spending regular keys or gems on things. Okay. So I'm looking for a freezer at this point in time. This is guaranteed another key. But it's not a freezer. I should have taken what I could got. I'll spend 1 star here. And I shouldn't have done that. Okay. I should not have spent the star. So I want this to be a freezer. And I have essentially 9 rerolls in order to make that happen. Digging up anything here isn't going to matter. We go here. We have 9 rerolls to try to get a freezer. I want a freezer. This will give me a key, but I want a freezer. Man, it's really not letting me have a freezer today. Yep, no freezer. So I have a shit ton of gems and I don't get to keep them. Because even though I did the solarium, it still would not let me have a freezer. I did the solarium and numerous rerolls, and it won't let me have a freezer today. I said nada. So we're just going to take the master bedroom, which will give me a bunch of steps, because the gems ain't going to help me for anything. I don't really need the steps either, but reroll dice that I can't use anymore. We know that. Supposedly, if I end my day here, that's some special thing. We were told we had to change the ending, but okay. That's disappointing. Disappointing. So we're going to go up and we're going to try to find the blue memos in these two rooms, and then we'll end our day in the planetarium. And we have plenty of steps to do all that. So disappointing I could not get a freezer. Okay, so there's supposed to be a blue memo hidden here in the office. There we go. The king can castle by swapping with another piece. Well, yes. That is how castling works. With the rook in particular. Okay. I don't have a chapel or an attic. I don't have what I need in order to like do the chess puzzle again, but I don't think I need to today. Solve the chess puzzle and change my chess power. But that's fine. Okay, so we're going to go to the armory. And we're going to the coat check just to look for a blue memo, which appears to be, I think I caught a peek of it. Yeah. Code check is drawn slightly more often the day after checking a new item. Okay. I mean, it's true, I'm sure, but I also don't know that I care. All right. So far, not real great revelations other than there's a whole castling thing to be concerned with. Maybe it means that when I solve the chess puzzle, instead of solving it the normal way, I should put the king where the rook is and the rook where the king is. And that would do something new and different. Yeah, it's something to try on a future day. Because today I can check my notes. I have the office. I have the king. Also, well, the throne room and office. I have the king. Study. I have the queen. But I don't have the bishop because I don't have the chapel or the attic. I passed on the attic today. Don't have the bookshop or the rumpus room either. So I don't have the bishop. Everything else I have knight from the observatory, the armory, and the treasure trove. I don't know where the fourth knight is. I have rooks from the clock. I have a rook from the clock tower. I don't have a reading nook today, which is odd. I normally have a reading nook, but today I do not. I don't have a conservatory or a vault, but I did have the clock tower. And then I have plenty of pawns. So the only thing I'm missing from being able to do a chess puzzle today is the bishop. But anyway, okay. So now we are going... Now we're just going to end our day in the planetarium. Because I can't think of anything more to do. I'm just really disappointed about the whole freezer situation. And no moon pendant. I don't have a moon pendant, don't have a freezer. So I don't get to keep my resources. I don't get to keep my items. all that I get is I'll get some keys from some tomorrow rooms, and I'll get 20 extra steps from the sauna. And I have more. Well, I spent a star, but I spent 1 star, but I'm going to get 3, so I'm going to be net up 2 stars. Well, I also went to the observatory itself, so that gave me a star, and then I spent a star, so I'll be 3 stars up from how I ended the prior day. Not a whole lot of progress, to be honest. Really want a tomb, and I want my foundation back, but regardless, I can't think of anything else to do. I have no other doorways, right? Double checking, I do not. Yeah, I can't think of anything else to do. I mean, I had access to a broken lever, but not a battery pack, so I can't make like a jackhammer or a power hammer or anything. I could make a detector shovel, and I could go dig up stuff, but I wouldn't be able to keep anything I dug up, or the detector shovel itself, because I don't have a moon pendant, so there's no point. Yep. Okay. So we're going to call it a day here. This was day 125, Mount Holly Garden Castle of the Dead, 5 green rooms, throne room, 13 dead-end rooms, total rooms 43, rank reached 9, steps taken 146, items found 9. Alrighty. Well, thank you for being with me for day 125. We will see you for day 126. Have a good one. Bye. Hello. So we're going to get going on day 126 of Blueprints. Let's get it going. Now, day 125, the game did not permit us a few things that we wanted. It didn't sell us a moon pendant, so we won't have starting items today. And I spent a lot of rerolls, a lot of gems on rerolls, reroll dice, various doors, retrying. It would not let us have a freezer. So we were not able to, we had like 140 something gems or whatever, and some money, and it wouldn't let us freeze any of that stuff. Okay. But we did get a sauna. So we're starting with 90 steps, and we did get a clock tower. So we're starting with 90 steps, 4 keys, 2 gems from our gemstone cavern, and our allowance is 154. And we presently have Mantle of the Night, so we will have the opportunity to get the armory and maybe buy a Morning Star. I'm also hoping that it will give us the option of a showroom early on. But unless and until I can buy a master key and an emerald bracelet, we're going to have to, hunt resources. But what I'm really kind of biding my time for day after day after day after day is, one, the return of the foundation. We lost our foundation. We have to wait a certain number of days before we can have the opportunity to put it back again. And that was due to a thing I did days prior. You probably saw that video already, so I won't rehash that. But I am looking for a shrine or a tomb. I prefer a tomb. We're going to take the tomb. We could take the shrine, but I'm going to take the tomb. Because I really want to try something here with the tomb. Now this may amount to nothing. But the whole point in Blueprints is you don't know until you try, right? So there is this potential alternate sequence the angel statues that are around here. First of all, let's go ahead and pick up these reroll dice. And there are 5 coins to be picked up. I see these various angel statues. Okay. So their arms lever down, and we lever down a particular sequence, and that opened up this, okay, for us. Now, there is the possibility that there's a different sequence because of what we read in Herbert Sinclair's Last Will and Testament that was in the map cubby safe in room 46 and everything, and it mentioned that, hey, the order of the angels has been contested, and so, you know, the chapel listed the 7 of the 8 angels in one order, but he listed the angels in a different order in his Last Will and Testament. So I want to try the order in which he listed it in his Last Will and Testament and see if that does something different. So we're going to come here. It first is Arenda, which is the royalty angel. Then second is Lydia, the horse rider angel. See if we can find horse rider angel. Has like a riding crop, I think. It should be somewhere around here. I'm just blind. I'm not seeing horse riding angel. I know it exists because I did it previously. You know, it was part of the previous sequence I did, so I know the angel does exist down here. I just haven't, I'm just blind and not seeing it. Where is horse rider angel? And is that an area of wall that I should be tackling with a power hammer? Where is horse rider angel? Seriously. That's 1. How many angels have I seen? 2. 3, 4. I get confused. Oh, this is horse rider angel. Here we go. That's Lydia. And then it is farmer with hoe angel, Rhina. I know I saw that one. I just don't remember where. Here we go. Then it is Joya the Baker Angel. Has the huge spatula. Yeah, Baker Angel. And then Dowja, farmer with pitchfork. I'm not sure what the difference is between Dowja, farmer with fork, and Rhina, farmer with hoe, like what they're different angels of. I'm sure one of them's supposed to be something other than a farmer, but what I do not know. Like maybe farmer versus gardener, I don't know. Angel with fork. I saw her a moment ago. I know I did. There we go. And then via the chimney sweep angel. That's this one right here. And then Mila, the maid. That's the one with the broom. And then Draxus is the Draxus is like the Draxus the Dead. I think he's the big angel. I'm just making sure there's no other like regular angels. All of these are like female angels, but I think Draxus is like a male angel. Okay. I think all of those have been done. So I don't think Draxus is one of these normal angels. I think Draxus is this one down here. I think this is Draxus. And that does do something. Ah. Perfect. Perfect. So we've got... Okay, that was worth investigating. That was definitely worth investigating. It was a hunch. It was an informed hunch. It was an informed hunch, but it was a hunch nevertheless. Okay. So this is Toon's second angel sequence. And now we've got... Red Prince. Ah. So this might be the original Red Prince manuscript. Oh, okay. I need to make more space. Let's do a new tab. We'll rename this to books. Red book from Toon. Okay. There was a red prince who sat on a red throne. He had a red crown of rubies and a red castle made of stone. The prince had a love for everything red. Are all things red? It's the only true color, the prince often said. He could not stand the sight of a canary or a crow. So those are the colors of those realms. He could not stand the white of a swan in the snow. Okay. And he never looked up for fear of the view. He had heard that the sky was not a red hue. He didn't see the birds. He didn't see the birds or the changing of the leaves, and he never saw the sights of life's many symphonies. He couldn't see beyond the red shade he was aware. He never caught a glimpse of the world I had to share. But one day the prince saw something new, and if you look closely, you might see it too. The skies parted and the clouds withdrew. The prince had a new favorite color. The color blue. Okay. So now we can compare this copy. This is so this is Red Book from Tomb, but it's also original Red Prince. Nice. Okay. And that's the end of that book. And then we've got Violet Book from and this is original manuscript of A New Clue, I guess. All he needed was to find a new clue. If he found a new clue, he would know what to do. If he knew what to do, he'd likely tell you. For you are looking for a new clue too, for clues come together like a pair of new shoes. Memos should be visible. But it was originally said he'd likely find two for clues come together. Ah. Yep, okay. Dead herrings. Medium gate. Double check with Kirk about documents. There's all kinds of new. Okay. All kinds of new info here. Okay. This is good stuff. He retraced his sketches and studied the files, rewritten his theories, and gone through the piles of the evidence shown to nobody, to God only known. To nobody known. Retraced his steps as it stretched on for miles. So I need a magnifying glass to look at some of this, I think. Depart to something or other. Corner cases. Yep. He looked high and low in all of the rooms. He had searched every corner in all of the tombs. For in this case, he had every corner in all of the tombs. For in this case, he had searched every space. If he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. Insert small case numbers barely visible between the marked words above. Swap the queen with the rook. Too much overlap with clue in the secret passage. There was a clue in the secret passage? Ah, wait a minute. 600 and then E something, E space T, right? So too much overlap with clue in the secret passage. So there's a clue in the secret passage. Replace fork with something connected to 10. He looked and he looked under beds and in nooks. He questioned the maids, he questioned the cooks. Or was was it originally she questioned the maids? She questioned the maids, he questioned the cooks. It was already over when he spoke to the chauffeur who told him new clues were found only in books. So tome after tome that the library loaned and the books that he had that he already owned were searched from their colors all the way through. He found a new clue, he'd know what to do. A new clue, Uncle Oh, yeah, we got that. Cuckoo 2. This is new clue information. It's gonna be tricky to solve, but at least we've got new stuff to go off of. Right? He changed all the letters and the lines he found. Lines as in ranks or lines as in spines. Okay. Changed all the letters and the lines they found. Checked all the colors for each key that he wound. A nod to my uncle's parlor game. Okay. Remove the denoted in verse. Inverse. The inverse of denoted would be detoned. Okay. He doubled the meaning of each seasonal greeting, as my mother used to call me. And found that the diction of each word was sound. Unending homophones. I might have to come back here with a magnifying glass for some of the scratched out parts. He stayed up all night and studied the maps. He laid out the floor plans and measured the gaps. And if his directory was a trajectory, it was nothing short of a full mental lapse. From what I was told, I believe Margot's directory is currently 22 rooms short of completion. No cause for concern yet. His uncle has thankfully removed pump room from the draft pool. Huh. Oh, I think Margot was the detective that was looking for them. Yeah. And if the pump room is removed from the draft pool, then you can't empty the reservoir to find the safe house. A man obsessed in Cuckoo 2. Cuckoo 2 was on a prior page with the TWO. They would say as he would, a man obsessed in Cuckoo 2, they would say as he would wander through, the best medicine is not yet evidence or evident. If when he found a new clue, he'd know what to do. This is a lot to digest right here. And having read this over so many times, having scoured over each of the lines, have you exhausted your search? Have you seen all the signs? One per page. Or is there perhaps something now or something due, something overlooked but now in view? Have you really found it? Could it finally be true? If it's a new clue, you know what to do. Remove sign from this final illustration. Typed, handwritten, typed. We're going to set this up before we leave. Okay. Okay. Well, that's a lot of new clue information. Or, I'll say pun intended. It probably wasn't intended, but I'll say that's a lot of new clue information, pun intended, because that is a new original copy of a new clue, original copy of Red Prince. And I need to come back with a magnifying glass. But crucially, that's progress. This is game progress. If you're not paying attention, this is game progress. We had a hunch that the alternate order of the angels could lead to something, and it did. Now, another thing I want to try, and we've opened up this door in the process. Another thing I want to try at some point is there was a spot when we were looking for particular angels. There was a particular spot somewhere. Like, here's an example. Like, can this be broken down with a power hammer? This area right here. Right? Maybe that can be broken with a power hammer. We get power hammers pretty readily these days, to be honest. Here's another area to try. So these indented areas, should I tackle them with a power hammer and see what happens? Kind of thing, you know? So we might have more to do in the tomb. There might be more such areas, but the point is, come back with a power hammer. Now, we previously revealed this in this grave, and we got this diary key, and we got the whole diary, but there's this note that we can't fully translate yet, because it's written in Rajan, and it uses some of Raja words we don't yet know. We have our work cut out for us now. Not necessarily, entirely upon today, day 126, but just in general, we've got like sources of new clue information, new puzzles, and we're going to have our work cut out for us trying to tackle those puzzles, right? Did I get the coins? I got those coins, but new coins will appear when I do dead end rooms until I do a conference room, and then they'll appear in the conference room. Okay. We had previously lit these, which opened this. Here's another area that could be tackled with the power hammer, maybe. So we'll have to see if that's just art or if there's literally something you're supposed to do here. We get a shovel, we could come back, but that depends upon other things. But right now, Okay, that's very productive. Very productive. So I do want a magnifying glass today. I do want a power hammer today. Because I don't have the tomb every day, so I need to take advantage of when I have the tomb. You know, take advantage of the tomb while I have it. Workshop sometimes gives an item. Let's do that, because I might need to make a power hammer. It gives a broken lever, which we will pick up if and when we can make a power hammer with it. We'll do the observatory. Hope it gives us some gems today. We're not clear. Inkwell. Diamond major, yes. Key, nice. Sail and diamond minor. All good stuff. Good stuff. Alrighty. Cool beans. Okay. Our second workshop, which may give us a battery pack. No, it gives us the sledgehammer. So we do want the sledgehammer. Now the question is, where do we get a battery pack? Because normally, or what has been the case, is one workshop gives us a broken lever, the other workshop gives us a battery pack. If we cannot get a battery pack, we cannot have a power hammer. We've had power hammers, I don't know how many days in a row when I haven't needed them, and today I need one. And I don't know where to get a battery pack. That can be a little frustrating. Let's hold off on this. Yeah. Let's not buy anything yet. We'll do the utility closet because I want to turn off, power to the key card system and all that, and turn on power to the garage. And I may need to do a garage and find car keys in order to get a battery pack. I was hoping the commissary would sell me a magnifying glass. I'm kind of sad that it's not selling me a magnifying glass. So I need to find a magnifying glass more likely in a bedroom now. We won't pass up the pool. That's for sure. And bust it open. Reroll dice. Stuff. More keys. Good. Alright. Come over here. Now it offers me a freezer. It would not give me a freezer at the end of the day at all yesterday. But now it's offering me a freezer straight off. No, thank you. Offers me a freezer when I don't want it. Doesn't offer me a freezer when I do want it. Story of our life, right? In this game. Den has more doorways. I might consider doing the chess puzzle today because I've got the clue to replace the king with the rook. And that might be on the chess puzzle, just like swap their places kind of thing. Like solve the chess puzzle, but put the rook where the king should go and the king where the rook should go kind of thing. Right. Okay, we were told that there is a clue in the secret passage. So I could do a secret passage and I could choose gold for the showroom. But before I do that, if there is a clue here, let's find it. It may just be the names of these books or something. So let's take this screenshot here. And say, the key to the bedroom. Bring down the halls of holly. Okay, there's this symbol right here. There's this symbol right here. And if I go back to the new clue as found in the tomb, did that laurel leaf symbol appear here? Or am I making that up? Okay, it has a certain symbol under the word a new clue. It's not the same symbol though. And then there's the musical scale, whatever symbol it is. That's different. I really thought Okay, I might be imagining things, so let's look at this a little more holistically. At some point, I'm going to open up that and look inside the secret passage itself, but I just want to, before this gets taken out of the way, is there anything I'm missing here? Alrighty, I can't tell if there is. I'm going to take a closer up screenshot of all of this to get more of the details. Okay. All right. Now let's go ahead and do this because I want a... Okay, but before we... Is there... There's a clue in the secret passage, it said. A clue in the secret passage. Too much overlap with the clue in the secret passage, implying that there is a clue in the secret passage. What is the clue in the secret passage? I know I'm spending a lot of time here. I'm convinced there's a clue in the secret passage. And I'd like to find it if I can. If I'm not too stupid to do so. Too obtuse. One, two, three, four, five. There's 5 of these books. They are a certain sequence apart. So it's like 1, 2, 3, and then the first one, and then another 4, and then the second one, and then another 4, and the third one, and then another 3, and then there's like 2 in between this, and then I don't know if that matters at all. The key to the bedroom. I wonder if that's the book I'm supposed to pull or something. All right, I can't figure it out at the moment. All right. It's not offering me the showroom. Let's try a redraw. There's the showroom. Ha, I forced you to give me the showroom. We do want a moon pendant. It's not giving me... I'll take the ornate compass, I'll take the moon pendant, but it's not giving me an emerald bracelet or a master key. Well, that sucks. It's not giving me either one of the big ticket items, like the very useful items. Moon pendant, ornate compass. I'll just have to live with those. So no master key today, no emerald bracelet today, so I have to chase resources today. Ugh, that sucks. That sucks. That would be 2 keys. More likely to find items, more likely to draw green rooms. Not find items, more likely to draw green rooms. Don't know that that's a thing I want to do. We'll pick up the car keys and hope we get a garage. Garage will only appear on this side of the house. So we'd have to get over here. Let's hold off on that for the moment. Yeah, let's come down here and do this area. We may end up wasting the rest of today, meaning we might fail at everything we're trying to do today, but that'll be fine because we did succeed already today. We succeeded in learning new information. Whether we can capitalize on that information today or not, like we might have to wait until a future day when we draw a tomb and then get a magnifying glass and get a power hammer and track down clues or whatever, but at least we have new clues to follow now, which is significant. We've been looking for new leads, new clues for a while. Sauna can be good. I'll take the sauna. The only reason why I'm like not happy about the sauna at the moment is because I have so few doors. I have this door and this door, and so I just basically wasted that door there. So, and it blocked off the den, den door and all that. So that's kind of the hesitation there. So I need this room to be a really good room. Now courtyard is good, and I can rotate it. So let's rotate. And we're going to rotate again. And that's the direction we want the courtyard in, because that's perfect. Doorway there, doorway here. And it's giving us a shovel. I have to get keys today, so I will have to shovel. I could go to the commissary, buy a metal detector, go to the workshop, make a detector shovel. I should do that. So let's not dig up anything yet. Hallway gives a key, but that's a bad place to have a hallway. Let's put it. Let's do a quest bedroom, because again, I am looking for a magnifying glass. Okay, it's not a magnifying glass, it's a gem. Bedrooms sometimes have magnifying glasses. Okay. Before we get too far, let's go ahead and do some things. We still won't pick up the broken lever, because until we get a battery pack, and unless we get a battery pack, it's kind of useless. But what I will do is go here and buy a metal detector. I was debating about it, getting a sleeping mask. Because I'll eventually come back through here, so that would be worth at least 10 steps, even if I don't. And I could pop into here on my way to here, so. But the moon pendant might give me the sleeping mask for the following day, but that's a risk I'll take, just to alleviate concern for steps. Okay. So now let's go down here and make a detector shovel. All right. More likely to find keys and coins. Keys are what I'm going to need because I can't buy a master key today. Ugh. So now we're going to go back around. It's telling me about the broken lever. I don't care about said broken lever. Make sure there's not an extra key or coin somewhere. Nah, it's just telling me about the broken lever. Now, I could go to the tomb right now and dig up those dig spots in the tomb. But let's not. Let's not spend those steps at the moment. We've got a sleeping mask, so I'm just going to step in here for an extra 5 steps. Okay. We will dig up these spots. I really want keys, not coins today. That's coins, no keys. Okay. We're going to rotate the hallway. I like place through Dalsha, but it's a bit of a waste. And it's not guaranteed to give me a key. Even when I dig up the spots, it's not guaranteed to give me a key. Okay, so we'll do a hallway in that position. And this gives me a key. And we can go over here. None of those are really great options, but I mean, conference room is good, but I'd like to have it elsewhere. Great Hall requires way too many keys. Let's do chapel. It costs me a coin, but that's fine, but it also gives me bishop if I do want to do the chess puzzle today. Study is a dead end, but it does give me king or queen. I think it's queen it gives me. Lets me spend gems on rerolls, but I probably won't have extra gems necessarily today. But let's do it anyway. Get 2 gems from here. And it gives us queen. Yep, queen. Office or throne room would give us king. Okay. Treasure trove is good. We want the treasure trove. The money is excessive at this point in time. More than we could spend on anything. But with the laundry, we can turn it into gems. gives us a night, but I think the observatory already gave us a night. But at any rate. But now we've got this blue box. I'm going to use a key on it. It's a blue moon box. Thin Aries borders a poetic realm. Well, I think that's true, but regardless of whether it's true or false, it's kind of a... So this is day 126. Blue box. Moon. And we were told so green memos and blue boxes are sometimes false is a lie, so therefore green memos and blue boxes are always true. So this is true, and I thought it was true because it borders Eurasia, which I think is a poetic realm. And then there's Arch Aries. It borders Arch Aries and Eurasia, and I think one of those two was the poetic realm. But we got our note. Okay. Getting a garage, going here and getting a garage, not as helpful. So let's rotate the pantry. We'll do the pantry. And let me look at my... So I need an office or a throne room. And I need like a reading nook or a clock tower or a vault or conservatory, you know, for a rook. And then I have plenty of pawn rooms that I've already done. Like the den is a pawn room, as is the secret passage. Oh, I never filled that in, that the secret passage is a black pawn. I forgot to fill that in, apparently. Secret passage is a black pawn. So that's all of the pawns rooms identified. I've known that for a while, that the secret passage is a pawn. I guess never wrote it in my notes. Now I have. Okay. I don't know where the last white knight room is. I probably have it and just haven't, or maybe I don't have it because there's a few floor plans I have yet to find. Let's do dining room. And I think I'm good with this orientation. So yeah, let's just do dining room right here. Okay. And then let's go this way. We want to do security, but we want to rotate it. All right. Okay, that's all as expected. I haven't missed a any critical item. Like there's not a key card that I've missed. There's not a magnifying glass that I've missed. There's not a battery pack that I've missed. Key card system. We're going to change the security level to high because we're also going to change offline mode to unlocked, and I've already turned it off. So that's good. Run the security menu. Now we're going to log in and start today's experiment. Check for any staff announcements. There is one. Saturday, March 12th, 1994. Who posted that? I'm almost positive that Sinclair, while tolerant of moderate ends, explicitly told us not to provide full solutions to any of his puzzles. So, okay, she's just reacting to that. But it's immaterial. I already solved that myself. Lab. Let's go ahead and do this one for today because I don't have Emerald Bracelet or Master Key, so getting random keys, gems, or reroll die is very useful. And we'll do it each time we unlock or bypass a security door because I'm aware of at least one right now, right, that we're looking at. And I've already drafted some of the upgraded rooms, so I don't know how many are left. So we'll do that. Yep, because there's one right there. All right. Let's I mean, the drawing room is good normally, but the issue with both of these rooms is that they're wasting doorways because I can only use one doorway here. So let's go ahead and do the break room, but we're going to rotate it first. There we go. We'll solve it and see if it gives us a special key or two regular keys. Alrighty. So 23, reverse the digits is 32, minus 20 is 13, plus 9 is 22, wait a minute. 23, reverse the digits is 32, minus 20 is 12, plus 9 is 21, reverse the digits is 12. $14, reverse the digits is 41. Plus 14 plus 41 is 55, reverse the digits is still 55. Plus 15 is 69, reverse the digits is 96, plus 14, 96 plus 14 is 110, reverse the digits, is 11. Secret garden key, we'll go ahead and pick it up. So before I go up any further, I'm going to come over here. Let's do the armory, but I want to face it down. So let's rotate armory in this direction. It won't let me buy an axe, but I can buy a Morning Star, which will give me a star for tomorrow. It's the only real benefit of that. I was hoping to be able to do it. Well, I can try to do a garage. Come on, give me a garage. I really want a garage. I want a garage. It's not letting me have a garage, so we'll just... And I burned a lot of reroll dice on that. I'm just going to take the reading nook for the key. Plus, it gives me a rook. So now I have a rook room. But I really wanted a garage right there. That's a shame. And I burned a lot of reroll die on that. Make sure I'm still not missing anything. Nope. Okay. This is an okay place for a passageway, I think. Let's rotate the aquarium around. And then we'll take the aquarium. It cost a gem, though. I don't like that. It does give me a key. And a dig spot. Coin. Alright. This is me trying for a garage again. Not giving me a garage. We'll take the trophy room. We would be silly not to. It costs us 5 gems to draft, so we're only going to net 3 gems here, but that's still, you know, a net of 3 gems. Still a net benefit. So I can do a secret garden key here, and I will. Metal detector was going off. Not sure why it's not now. Oh. Oh, okay. That coin it's telling me about. We can go ahead and dig up the dig spots. And we're going to open up both sides of the antechamber because we have no reason not to. And we do have a quest bedroom today, so. We'll open up that side first. Is there just the one dig spot? There's usually more, but okay. So there. Okay. I would like a garage. Will you please give me a garage? I have car keys. I'd like a garage. Nope. Will not let me have a garage. Greater chance of finding items in green rooms. Okay. It would not let me have a garage today, even though I have car keys. That's a shame. And I was mainly looking for the garage in case, you know, because I could open the boot of the car and if there was going to be a battery pack in there, which is sometimes the case. Let's do the office because it does give us the king. Right? Yeah. It was the king right there. Oh, do I not have a conference room? If I don't have a conference room, oh, I don't have a conference room, so it was really silly to spread gold. That was really silly. I should have waited till I had a conference room before spreading gold. We'll do the foyer because then that makes the Great Hall and the vestibule work. Plus, it connects me to the antechamber for the allowance quest. I have a moon pendant, so I don't want to pick up the basement key because I don't think I need it. Okay. I have all the chess pieces. So I can solve the chess puzzle. And try to do the whole that whole castling, you know, swap the king and the rook. I don't want to freeze yet. Clock tower, I have some tomorrow rooms. So clock tower can be good. Conference room can also be good. Let's hold off on the clock tower for the moment. No, you know what? Let's take the, we're not, I don't know if we're going to be offered the clock tower again. Let's just go ahead and take it. Lock picks. I guess I'll pick them up. I hope the moon pennant doesn't choose lock picks. But then again, maybe I do want it to pick a lock or choose lock picks because I don't have a master key. So that'd be another tomorrow room for another key tomorrow at the clock tower, but then I wouldn't be doing these rooms. Drawing room, we'll rotate it and then do the drawing room. Planetarium, yes, and we're going to hope that we have enough steps to get back to it. Where's our dining room? Okay, our dining room's not super far away, so okay. I do want to get to the, it doesn't look like I'm going to get a magnifying glass or a, yeah, it doesn't look like I'm going to get a magnifying glass today. It doesn't look like I'm going to get a power hammer today, so I'm going to have to do a future day of the tomb for those items, it looks like. But I do want to go down and do the chess puzzle, and do the whole castling with the chess puzzle. We'll do a conference room for the doorways. Walk-in closet might, in theory, give me a battery pack, but attic is more likely to give me a battery pack than the walk-in closet is. Walk-in closet might give me a magnifying glass, but I think I'll take the doorways. We'll rotate it though. It doesn't have anything at the moment, blah, blah, blah. We'll do the code check right there. That's fine. And that's just to have a tomorrow room. Oh, you know what? Conference room. Have I found the blue memo, the hidden blue memo for the conference room? Let me check my blue tints page. In the drawing room. Have I found it for the drawing room and for the conference room? So, drawing room, yes. Conference room, no. So conference room will be a new room that we can find a blue memo for. So while we are here, while we're in this conference room, let's find that hidden blue memo. Oh, it's going to be right there. Okay. Red memos were created by Kirk Darren and approved by the Baron and questionably served as the state's primary security system. Okay. That is a true... The state's primary security system were red memos. Created by Kirk Darren. Okay. And I tried DARRK as an admin in Blackbridge and it didn't work, right? Pretty sure I did. Don't have anything to do in the code check. I already found the blue memo in the planetarium previously. Let's go here. I have blue memos for the pump room and for the mail room. Mail room, however, might give me a magnifying glass. I mean, it probably won't be so kind, but... okay. So we'll pick up the keys, the gems. I won't pick up the coin purse. I don't want the moon pendant giving me the coin purse tomorrow. But it's not a magnifying glass, so... Oh well. I tried. Okay, all the doors in the Great Hall will be unlocked, so we'll do that. Because we have the foyer, all those doors will be unlocked. Not sure what it's going on about. Oh, there might be coins in the coins spread throughout the estate, so there might be coins in the break room or something. Coins are not what I'm looking for at the moment, though. That's already opened. Okay, so from here, let's go ahead and do this room. We've got very few rooms to do, left to do. We have a clock tower, we have a planetarium, so we want to end our day in the planetarium. But before we end our day, we want to go outside and do the chess puzzle. There's no need to go back to the tomb unless we can get a power hammer, which it doesn't look like we're going to be getting because I haven't seen a battery pack today, or a magnifying glass, which it also doesn't look like we're getting. So we may want a laundry and then a freezer is what we might want at this point. I've already got the king with the office, so I don't need the throne room for that. So let's try a reroll. I'll try another reroll. I'm gonna do this in case it gives me a magnifying glass, but I doubt that it will. A key card. Do I want to pick up the key card? I don't want to pick up the key card. So now this can either be a laundry or a freezer. I can't have both. I don't have the doorways to get both the laundry and a freezer. So we will not be converting all of our coins into gems and then freezing those gems for use tomorrow. So because I cannot have both the laundry and a freezer, I mean, maybe I'll take a freezer, but honestly, is there a better choice? I've already done the treasure trove. I've already got the clock tower and the planetarium. Maybe another tomorrow room for another key tomorrow. We can do the master bedroom in case it has the magnifying glass. Plus it will give me steps. A bunch of steps. Yep, so now I have plenty of steps. Gives me a gem. I don't think it's giving me a magnifying glass though. No magnifying glass. Okay. Alrighty, so let's just go outside, do the chess puzzle. We'll come here and make sure I have not missed some crucial item, because I have the steps to go find it if I did. No, I have not missed anything. Really. So we'll pop into the dining room for even more steps. More than we need. Alrighty, then we go to the pantry, eat an apple, go over here, and straight on through. Okay, so we will not get to we won't get to use a magnifying glass, or I'm picking up coins that I won't get to keep. Kind of pointless. We won't get to break down doors of the tomb, or break down walls of the tomb, or examine those books with magnifying glass today, but at least that's on our list of things to do now. Let's go see if we can do this castling move puzzle thing. This elevator has the Arenda sigil, so this dates back to the time of Arenda areas, and where this was the old, seat of power. This was the old castle for Arenda Ares back in the day. Wrong passageway. I passed the chess passageway, apparently. There we go. Okay, so we want to solve the chess puzzle, but we want to put the rook where the king goes. And just have faith. And then we want to put the king where the rook goes. And the rook goes... I need to bring up my notes again. Okay, so the rook would be the clock tower, or the we're going to do the reading nook, so we'll put the king in A4. We're going to put the queen where the study goes, which is D4. And the bishop in D3. And the pawn in E2. Okay. And the knight goes treasure trove or observatory. We can do the observatory, which is right there. Okay. I really thought switching those two would do a thing. It didn't do a thing? What was our clue? We had plenty of clues about castling, but what was the... Very explicitly said at some point. Swap the king with the rook. Isn't that what I did? A4. So, and then we take... I mean, that activates that. And it's not letting me move these again. So how do I swap the king with the rook? Do I want a new chess power? What I want to do is I want to swap the king with the rook. Checking my notes didn't help. Swap the king for the rook. But I solve this. I choose a chess power. I can't solve it again in the same day. I could solve it again the following day and choose a different chess power. So in theory, like I had the knight power, right? Up until this moment, right? Which lets me get the armory, which lets me buy the Morning Star. It doesn't let me buy an axe anymore, which is frustrating, but I could swap. So it's swapping powers. In theory, I could swap. Like in theory, I'm swapping the knight power right now for a new power. So if I swapped to the rook or to the king, Not that's the queen. I'm the king. If I did the rook, swap the king with the rook. Does that just mean do rook and king powers back to back on back-to-back days or something? So if I do the rook, which gives me redraws on corner rooms, we're just going to try this because, and then like tomorrow do the chess puzzle again and choose the king power, which I think is actually maybe a little bit better than the rook power. I don't know. It's situational. They're all situational. But I've done what I've done. So I've now have the rook power. Tomorrow I will, or the next day or some future day that I can, the next day that I can, I'll solve the chess puzzle again, choose the king power, see if that counts as swapping the king for the rook. Swap the king with the rook, right? You know, castling. I don't know. I think that's far-fetched, personally. You know, I think that's a stretch. But it, huh. Why is that caved in? What caused this to be caved in? This used to... The draft in the tomb caused this to be caved in? Because this used to just connect. Oh, no, okay. No, I'm sorry. It's only caved in right there. That's a dead end. It connects here. So then we go here, and now we're in the underground. And we're in the tomb area. And there was no new special candles revealed because I could go buy a self-igniting torch today, but I don't see a use for a self-igniting torch right now. Pick up all these coins that I don't get to keep. Look at that mountain of wealth I have. Just one of those wall areas. Make sure my Morning Star and Sledgehammer aren't sufficient. One of the indented wall areas. Yeah, no, I think I need, like, if this does anything, and it doesn't look like it's special candle activated, but if this is anything, then it needs it needs a power hammer. Okay. So I think we're basically done for the day. I don't think there's anything more we can do today. What's it going on about? Is there a key or a coin somewhere? Yeah, I don't know what's setting it off. Oh, there's coins in the fountain. That's what's setting it off. Okay, never mind. Yeah, there's coins under the water in the fountain. Okay, so now I just want to go to the planetarium and end my day in the planetarium. So yeah, we're gonna go. Yeah, I can't think of anything else to do. Alrighty. Still haven't missed anything that I can use, right? Nope. There's 27 coins. Somewhere still. Oh, spread throughout the house. No, yeah. Spread throughout the house by the office, yeah. But I'm not going to go pick up those coins. Because I don't get to keep them. Offline, meaning between, like, you know, not on this video, I'm gonna really like look at those pages and see if I can decipher new clues from them without magnifying glass, like, you know, what I can utilize from them just as is. And if I come up with anything, I'll show you what I came up with. Okay, but we're going to end it a day here. We have a morning star. We're in our day in a planetarium, so that should give us 3 more stars on top of our 88. We did not spend any stars on rerolls today intentionally. I do have a moon pendant, so I'll get to keep 2 of these items, probably the 2 most useless items, most likely. I did not get laundry and freezer, so I won't get to keep resources. Wasn't allowed to buy a master key or an emerald bracelet. I did do a sauna. I did a sauna, so I'll start, and I did a clock tower. So I'll start the next day with some keys, with 20 extra steps, and a couple items. But let's go ahead and call it a day. This was successful in that we got the tomb, we revealed those books, we got new clues to go off of. So this was day 126, Mount Holly Garden Shopping Center of the Dead. 4 green rooms, 4 shop rooms, 12 dead end rooms. Total rooms 43, rank reached 9, steps taken 122, items found 12. Alrighty. Alright, well, thank you guys for being with me for day 126. We'll see you for day 127. Have a good one. Bye.